This is like breathing the air on the island. It's so full of Icarian flavor.
These little longevity pies, as I like to call them, are a perfect example of the healthy indulgence that marks Icaria's plant-based cooking.
Δυος μου και ρίγανη. Θα βάλω κρασί.
Ναι, θα βάλεις κρασί. Αυτό.
Ναι, το άσπρο. Θα σβήσω λίγο με το άσπρο και μετά θα βάλω τα υπόλοιπα.
One of the things I always get from Eleni, and sometimes I even call her when I'm in Athens and ask her to find a way to get it to me, is what they call in Greek petimezi. And that is the grape molasses. It's basically boiled grape juice before it ferments into wine. Και για να το δούμε πόσο βάζεις από πετιμέζι.
Τελείωσα και θα τα αφήσω να γίνει λίγο μόνο.
Ωραία. This is the fast food of an Icarian summer. Σκέπασέ το, πάμε να δούμε τι κάνουν τα παλικάρια μας έξω.
Okay.
I'm making the city girls version of those beautiful Icarian pitarakia, what I like to call the longevity greens pies. So I start with red onion, leek, scallion, and some chopped fennel bulb. I just want to saute that a little bit. The whole idea behind this dish, it's really about variety and a little bit of color and using as many sweet greens and fresh herbs as you can. It's my leek and scallion. So this is starting to cook down. I'm going to add my fennel. I am going to add butternut squash that I've grated, salted, and drained a little bit. It adds a certain sweetness. All right, this is ready. And I'm gonna get this off here and empty it into my mixing bowl. We'll get a little bit more olive oil in here. Now, in this mix, I basically have pretty much everything you can see here. I have chard, spinach, which is right here, what we call in Greek myroni, which actually means fragrant, The closest thing in an American market would be chervil. It's in the same family. So this is going to cook down just like my onions and leeks. And I'm glad to see that there isn't a whole lot of liquid left in this pot. Just mix this up. I'm gonna add my fresh herbs, already chopped up on this plate, maratho. And on this plate, I have mint, parsley, dill, and that mironi, the chervil. And really, any herb would work in here, and that's the whole point. Not necessarily to follow a recipe like this to the T. You want to be able to use what you can find. I'm lucky enough to have fresh oregano, and I have a little bit of marjoram back here. The aromas that are coming out in this filling here, you know, I feel like I have a little bit of a bowl of Icaria right in front of me. My filling is nice and cool, and I'm literally ready to roll my Icarian longevity pies. It's really important to keep your phyllo covered. I'm just gonna cut it down the middle into 2 columns. A little bit of olive oil. And you can do all sorts of shapes. I want to approximate the shape of the traditional Icarian pitarakia, as they're called, the longevity pies. And I'll put in 1 more strip on top. You want to get the edges before anything else because that's what tends to dry out the fastest. These are pretty wide strips, so you can get a good heaping tablespoon of filling in here. And this is really like rolling up a spring roll. You fold in the sides. It's very easy to work with the phyllo. Remember that the phyllo always has to be at room temperature when you're working with it. When you place it in the pan, remember to put the seam side down. I'm going to brush this right away with a little bit of olive oil. There are lots of different shapes you can make with phyllo. So the next shape I'm going to try just to show you are triangles. That's also a very classic way to fold them. So the way I do this is I fold in the bottom edge a little bit right there. And then it's kind of like if you've ever folded a flag, it's exactly the same technique. You're making right angles. So from corner to side, right? Tip to side. And remember, seam side down. Once I finish rolling these, I'm going to pop them in the oven at 375 for about 20 minutes. They want to be nice and puffed and golden. That's what we want. They look great, so crisp and golden. I can't wait to try one. See how flaky that phyllo is? It's exactly what we want. Wow, look at that. Just the right ratio of phyllo to filling. I am always really surprised, no matter how many times I cook this, at how complex that whole combination of greens and herbs can be. If I could wrap springtime on Icaria in a phyllo packet, this is exactly what it would taste like. It goes great with a Greek rosé. This is from the Xinomavro grape. It's a great combination. Yamas.
Let's go check out what the ladies are doing there. Hey!
Γεια σας, κορίτσια. Τι κάνετε εδώ?
Είναι η εποχή του τριαντάφυλλο.
Καλά, το μυρίζω από εδώ. Αυτό.
Wow, Παναγία μου.
This is, I mean, talk about stopping to smell the roses. This is unbelievable.
Even rose petals have a place in Icaria's wild edible bounty. My friends at the Women's Co-op use them to make one of the most aromatic preserves.
And when were these picked?
Today.
They were picked today.
It's a rose petal jam called rodozakhari, and it's a rare treat.
Eat it.
It's very delicate.
Yeah. Let's get a bite to eat.
Let's get a bite to eat. Ευχαριστούμε. Γεια χαρά.
This stew with a drizzle of Icarian honey and plenty of fresh vegetables is one of my all-time favorite recipes. I like to start with dried chickpeas. Let them soak overnight, and in the morning, I drain them. Add fresh water and bring to a boil, simmering for about an hour. If you use canned chickpeas, you can skip these steps. Next, add 3 bay leaves and as much sliced garlic as you like. About 3 tablespoons of balsamic vinegar for acid and 3 tablespoons of Greek honey to sweeten. Salt, pepper, fresh rosemary, and thyme. Give that a good stir before adding the vegetables. Red onion, fresh tomatoes. I like to thin cut carrots so that they really soften in the oven. Green and yellow peppers add beautiful color. Layer more onions and carrots until your crock is full. And lots of Greek olive oil. Then seal it up. Bake in a 350-degree oven for about 2.5 hours. Serve it with a piece of feta and crusty bread. Top it with a little bit of Greek olive oil. I can't wait to taste this. The soufiko has been on for about an hour, and Eleni has a few finishing touches to add before dinner. Fresh basil, parsley, and oregano. She adds these right at the end to get the most flavor.
Wow, it smells great.
On Icaria, enjoying really fresh seasonal food and sharing a meal with others are basic values that tap into Icarians' deep-rooted, heartfelt sense of community,
The best bread in the world.
of helping each other, of sharing life and its joys.
Είναι μια περίκλειγος ενός χρόνου.
Στην υγειά μας.
One of the greatest joys is dancing, old and young together with no generational divide. At the island's many famed panigiria, local village feasts that everyone looks forward to and enjoys without inhibition. That sense of freedom to dance, among other things, harkens back to the very essence of living life simply, fully, and without stress.
Wow, this is great. This is her salt in that she collects it. I do the same thing. In the summertime, and go to certain areas where these basins, sea washes into them, they dry out, and you skim the fleur de sel, basically, the salt off the surface of that. And that's exactly what this is, and it is really flavorful.
Today I'm delving into one of the most important foods in Greece and the Mediterranean, glorious grains. We'll see a few of the most ancient,
This is the really traditional way to do it with your fists.
unusual,
Oh, I got it.
and delicious Greek grain products. Great examples of the continuity and timelessness of so many Greek ingredients.
This is what whole grains are really all about.
I'll cook up a fresh and filling salad with Cretan dako. I'll make an easy, elegant bulgur pilaf paired with whole fish. and I'll toss up a great pasta dish with Greek yogurt, lemon zest, and herbs. Join me on my Greek table. I was born in New York and visited Greece when I was 12. I fell in love with the place and my husband. I moved to Athens 25 years ago to cook and write about Greece's healthy foods and natural beauty. I'm Diane Kochilas. Yassas. Grains are integral to the Greek table. For most Greeks, it would be unthinkable to eat almost anything without a wedge of bread, which is indeed the most beloved manifestation of grains and carbs in the Greek diet. The most important grains are wheat and barley. Both have been savored in Greece from time immemorial. The place of grains goes far beyond nutrition on the Greek table.
Walking through Rethymnon, we stumbled upon a memorial service at the local church. And at memorial services all throughout Greece, we serve something called koliva, which is this boiled wheat with nuts and raisins and sometimes pomegranate seeds, and it's a little bit sweet. It symbolizes regeneration, rebirth, and that's one of the reasons why it's also a symbol during these memorial services. It's a Christian symbol of rebirth.
All over the country, a tremendous variety of decorative breads that celebrate life. Engagements, weddings, christenings, and specific holidays are prepared. One of the most fascinating grain products is the ancient dairy-based dried pebbly trachana. There are many regional variations, local names, and ways to cook with it that are both traditional and modern. It is made into porridge and was the time-honored breakfast of farmers. I like to think of it as the world's first slow, fast food. Another slow fast food is the range of bread rusks that abound in the Greek kitchen. They're called paximadia, after a 1st century AD monk named Paximus, who improved on an ancient recipe for twice-baked breads. Paximadia are really nothing more than a delicious way to preserve bread. In the Greek countryside, fuel, wood that is, for firing up ovens, was used sparingly. People developed a way to preserve their daily bread. Paximadia are made all over Greece, in every shape and form, savory and sweet. I am here in the village of Enagron in the mountains of Crete to learn how to make one of the local varieties of paximadia. They are an age-old snack that lasts a long time in the cupboard. Farmers take them to the field for a midday nosh. Fishermen have them on hand to make an onboard fish soup more filling. Mostly, though, they are the beloved foundation in many a bread salad, both traditional and modern.
We're doing one of the most traditional recipes today, which is a mix of flours: barley flour, wheat flour, and cornmeal. Να ξεκινήσουμε με οποιοδήποτε αλεύρι. She said I can start with any flour. Barley is one of the oldest indigenous grains in this part of the Mediterranean, especially in the island of Crete. The corn is a newcomer, but you find it in all sorts of unexpected places in the Greek kitchen. It adds that sweetness that corn gives. This is heavy. It's very heavy. Και τώρα? So she's making a well in the flour. This is the most important part. This is the starter. We call it prosimi in Greek. And it has this great, really great sour flavor. That's what gives this the rusks, that earthy flavor. So there's about a pound of starter for these 5 kilos of flour. A little bit of sugar. The sugar helps the yeast form. She puts the salt in the flour, not over the starter. The whole glass of olive oil. Wow. And the most accurate measurement of all, as much water as it takes. So this is the most accurate measurement in Greece. She dilutes the starter, and then as you can see what's happening, she's taking flour from around the edges and slowly working that in. And this is the really traditional way to do it with your fists. That's how Greek women knead their dough. Kneading bread is the cheapest shrink. It takes a while to knead 10 or 12 pounds of flour. Then once you do this, if something got on your nerves, if you had some anxiety about something, you've kind of kneaded it all out. Κατάλαβα. So she's saying she knows it's ready when the dough doesn't stick to her fists. Δεν κολλάει. It doesn't stick. She covers it with a sheet first, a clean sheet, and then she wraps it. This is wool, actually. And that keeps the heat in, and that helps the dough to rise. And this kind of keeps everything warm. This is going to rise now for about an hour. Να το ξεσκεπάσω, έτσι. I'm gonna reveal the dough. Oh, wow. It's really risen. Έχει φουσκώσει.
Ναι, έχει φουσκώσει αρκετά. Είναι έτοιμο. Αυτό που θα κάνουμε είναι αυτό.
She makes the loaf and cuts through it, not all the way to the bottom, basically scores it. These will be the baksimadi. It'll rise, bake, and then these pieces she can break off more easily because they're already marked. Out of this batch of dough here, she said she's going to get about 7 or 8 loaves. All the paksimadi are scored and shaped. These haven't even gone into the oven yet for the first baking, and they already smell really good. And she's doing something that is a really, really old tradition here. Old bakers used to put lemon leaves under the loaves before they go into the oven to bake the first time. That perfumes the loaves. We're going to bake off for about 15 or 20 minutes in a really hot wood-fired oven. She'll pull it out of the oven when the bread is still quite soft. Virginia will break apart the pieces. The soft wedges go back into an oven that's warm, not fired up, warm. So then the rusks actually dehydrate. And that's really the whole secret of the paksimadia. It's a tradition that's been part of Crete for probably thousands of years. And it's still really timely and really delicious. Grains are used from the first to the last course in the Greek kitchen. This is barley rusks called dako. It's very hard. So you have to get it soft. I'm going to dip it just in a little bit of water. And you want to let the last drops run off. This will be the base of my salad. I'm halving my tomatoes. I want all of that great tomato juice in here. That's actually going to help soften the rusks even more. A couple of celery stalks. Add a nice grassy, fresh note to this. I love to add mint to this dish because it just brightens everything up and it's a really wonderful herb to enjoy fresh. The next thing that goes in here are my capers, and I'm just going to add those whole. So the green apple is totally my addition. The apple just adds this beautiful, refreshing note. You want to add the apple really right before you're about to serve it so that it stays nice and green. And I like to grate it. It goes really nice with the celery. That's a classic combination. Right into my salad. The next thing I'm going to get in here is a little bit of feta cheese. I'm just going to crumble this right into my bowl. I'm going to add my extra virgin Greek olive oil, a little bit of salt. I'm just going to toss all this together. Look at these beautiful, vibrant colors.
The rusks are all the more better with just a little bit of olive oil on them. I'm just spooning this beautiful mixture on here. I have to try some of this. This is wonderful. It's so substantial, yet so simple. This is what whole grains are really all about. Earthy, robust flavors, wholesomeness, but something that's really delicious. Grains take many forms beyond bread and rusks, of course, such as pasta. According to at least one theory, the Greeks actually invented pasta, the primitive form of which was a grilled strip made from batter and called laganom, not too far a linguistic stretch from present-day lasagna. There are dozens of local, regional pasta varieties and shapes. Pasta is a grain product, and it's one of the world's most favorite grain products, myself included. I've never met a pasta dish I didn't like, but this pasta dish I love. I'm gonna cook up my pasta, make a really quick sauce with sauteed onions and garlic, Greek yogurt, and a lot of herbs. I like to make this particular dish with a flat noodle, like tagliatelle, because it was originally Greek. In Greek mythology, the Greek god of fire, Hephaestus, invented a machine that made strings out of flour and water. Now that sounds a lot like the first pasta maker to me. I'm gonna saute my onions. I'm ready to add my garlic. Just a quick saute to soften it up. These are almost ready. You have to work a little fast when you do this recipe. Yogurt goes in the bowl. Herbs go in the bowl. Rosemary, mint, parsley, chives, lemon thyme, regular thyme, Greek oregano, anything you have and anything you love. My onions and all that nice olive oil that they were cooked in. My Greek pasta posing as Italian tagliatelle. The whole secret is to toss the hot pasta with the yogurt and the herb and the onion mixture really fast. I always get a little bit of olive oil in here and a little bit of pasta water, loosen up the yogurt a bit. And the secret ingredient to a lot of my recipes, just a little bit of grated lemon zest, some black pepper. Toss quickly. This is a beautiful thing. I have to taste this. The tartness of the yogurt and its creaminess combined, it's always a surprise. This dish is one of the most unusual ways to enjoy one of the world's most popular grain products. Pasta al greco. And what would I drink with this? A really nice savatiano. This is from the Attica region. It's a mildly acidic Greek white wine, and it has these beautiful undertones of citrus, lemon, little peach and apricot. It goes really nicely with the yogurt in this pasta dish. You see, Gian. I am really excited because I have Kyria Eleftheria here, and we're in her kitchen at Raki Baraki in Rethymnon, a little meze restaurant. She's gonna teach me how to make one of my really favorite Greek dishes, which is a stewed eggplant with the Cretan xenochondro, this sour kind of version of trachana. She described this dish in 3 very important words: simple, classic, Cretan, and I think that kind of sums up everything here. The first thing we're gonna do is add the olive oil to the pot. She always cuts the eggplant in those big pieces, and she basically coats it in the oil for 2 to 3 minutes, just to start softening up a little bit. Ah, que patata, she's adding potato to this too. 2 potatoes. Here's a really accurate Greek cooking direction.
She cooks the eggplant just until it takes on the flavor of the onions and the olive oil, which is about 2 to 3 minutes. The potatoes and the eggplant are going to take around the same amount of time to cook. The next thing that she's going to do is add white wine, Cretan white wine, of course. Wow. Εγώ παίρνω τη μυρωδιά. Smells good.
Κάποιες οικογένειες μπορούν να το βάλουν και ολόκληρο.
Ane. So the next step is to add the garlic, and you can see she cuts it in pretty big chunks. And she does that because she wants the garlic to show. That's what she just told me. You know, this is the heart and soul of Greek cooking. Eggplant, onion, garlic, potatoes, tomatoes, in countless recipes. Every little corner of this part of the world has some interpretation of that combination of ingredients. That's like the total beauty of this cuisine. Salt, pepper, a little bit of dried thyme. Είσαστε έτοιμοι για...
Να βάλουμε το μαϊντανό και το
So
δυόσμο.
the parsley, maidano, and mint, which is the osmo in Greek. She's going to use, again, the most accurate unit of measure in Greek cooking, which is what we say, metomati, just eyeballing it. Περίπου πόσο βάζετε?
Περίπου μια κούπα.
Around a cup. It looks so hearty and so comforting, like real Greek mommy's food. This dish is a really good example of the way grains are used all over Greece. This is creative cooking. On Crete, it just evolved naturally from what grows, and it's the soul of the Mediterranean diet.
Θέλει να βάλεις και κάτι από σένα.
So you put your soul in the pot. You put your a little bit of yourself in whatever you cook, and that's the real secret.
Λοιπόν, εμείς,
It's pretty much ready. So, she just surprised me. This is traditional Cretan food, and this is ancient Cretan food. It's a pot full of xenochodros with some vegetables and snails, which have been eaten on this island from Minoan times and even further back. Wow, that smells good. She's going to show me how to eat this now because there's a little trick to eating the snails. Για δείξτε μου.
Λοιπόν, εδώ, το ρουφάμε. Κάνουμε εδώ ένα κύκλο.
Και μετά βγαίνει.
Οπ. Το κάνεις πιο εύκολο.
Οκ.
Από εκεί, κρατάς, εκεί μπράβο. Βρούμητα τώρα το πυρούνι σου, το καρφώνεις εδώ, έτσι, και το σηκώνεις απάνω.
Oh, I got it.
Να,
Oh, it's really good. Can't wait to taste this. Μαζί.
να μας πεις και τη γνώμη σου.
I love this dish. Γεια στα χέρια σας. Είναι τέλειο. Είναι τέλειο. It's hard to believe that there's no meat in this dish. It's so filling, it's so rich, it's so hearty. Γεια στα χέρια σας, πραγματικά. Health to her hands. So she could cook for another 37 years food that's this great. Ancient grains have been part of the Greek diet for thousands of years. I'm making a beautiful bulgur pilaf. Bulgur is a kind of cracked wheat. It's really easy to work with. Add water, twice the amount. I'm going to serve it with a beautiful piece of fish. All I have to do is let it soak, absorb the water, and soften up. I have a beautiful piece of Greek sea bass here. I'm just going to roast it really simply with some herbs and some lemon, some rosemary, some thyme. Any fresh herbs you like will go really beautifully in here. I'm just going to salt my fish inside and out, and a little bit of pepper, just for some flavor. The fresh herbs will give really gorgeous flavor to the fish. I like to put herbs around the fish as well. I'm just going to slice some lemon. This looks really pretty. and it adds really nice flavor too. A little bit of olive oil. And I'm just gonna pop this in the oven. So I'm gonna start my delicious bulgur pilaf. I'm just gonna get my fennel and leeks going. Think of tabbouleh. That's really what bulgur is. It's the base for a tabbouleh salad. Except for this bulgur pilaf, I'm cooking some of my vegetables, my fennel, my leek. This is gonna cook up for just a couple of minutes, really just to soften. I add some of my own little touches here, some chopped walnuts and some green olives. I like to hand chop the walnuts, just a very rough chop. Again, this is just a rough chop. I love the green olives because they add a little bit of color. And I want to show you something. I want my vegetables to have a little bite to them. I want that crunch. So you really want al dente fennel and al dente leeks in here. They retain their color that way too. And a little bit of garlic. The next thing that's going in here are these gorgeous tomatoes. Just a little bit of salt, a bit of pepper, and my secret ingredient, ouzo. My bulgur should be ready. And look at that. It's nice and plump and soft, but still granular. That's exactly what we want. I'm just gonna add my tomatoes, leeks, and fennel, a little bit of parsley. I'm using dill here. This goes really well with the lemon and goes really well with fish. My olives, these crunchy walnuts, and just a little bit of lemon zest. And I'm just gonna toss this. I'm gonna add just a little bit of olive oil to this. As soon as this is plated up, I'm gonna get my fish out of the oven. Look at this beauty. Can't wait to taste this. Super healthy Greek meal. Oh, look at that. And get off just a tiny corner of the fish. It's really crunchy, but the bulgur is nice and tender. This is the perfect example of how to live well, eat delicious food, and feel great. Εδώ είναι η πιο πρόσφατα,
Today I'm exploring the most important ingredient in all of Greek cuisine, extra virgin olive oil.
Super extra virgin fresh olive oil.
We will follow Greece's liquid gold from harvest to bottle as I visit the southern Peloponnese region of Laconia. I'll take a look at both the traditional
She likes to eat raw olives.
and modern ways to press olives, and explore nearby Monemvasia, a perfectly preserved medieval fortress town. I'll cook up some of my favorite olive oil-based dishes.
It's almost perfect in its absolute simplicity.
So join me on my Greek table.
Cheers.
Yamas.
Yamas.
I was born in New York and visited Greece when I was 12. I fell in love with the place and my husband. I moved to Athens 25 years ago to cook and write about Greece's healthy foods and natural beauty. I'm Diane Kochilas. Yassas. the sacred olive tree, and the liquid gold pressed from its tiny, hardy fruit are deeply rooted in the Greek psyche and the Greek kitchen. Extra virgin olive oil is used in every aspect of cooking, from breakfast to dessert. Extra virgin olive oil plays a seminal role in the famed Mediterranean diet. It is very high in monounsaturated fats and is loaded with antioxidants, some of which, such as polyphenols, have powerful health benefits. Greece is the world's third largest producer of olive oil, but first in consumption, at approximately 15 quarts per capita per year. Olive oil touches every part of Greek life and culture. Ancient Olympic athletes rubbed olive oil on their bodies before the games and were rewarded with an olive crown. In ancient Greece, high-quality olive oil, scented with herbs and flowers, was used for personal hygiene. Today, olive oil is used at spas as a special massage treatment. This ancient liquid gold is a highly symbolic food. The tree is Greece itself, timeless, resilient, deeply rooted, and beautiful.
I'm at the Konsterna Hotel in the Peloponnesos, right outside of Monemvasia. This is one of the oldest buildings in the whole region, dates back to the Byzantine era, to the 13th century. But I'm here to see something that they've preserved in perfect condition, one of the oldest working stone mills for crushing olives and making olive oil.
Alban and his horse Gina show me how it's done. Most families had their own stone mill or used a cooperative mill, taking their olives to be pressed and leaving behind a percentage of the oil as payment for its use.
Kalimera.
Καλημέρα.
Τι κάνετε?
Καλά, εσείς.
Elites. These are early harvest, super green olives. They're so juicy, you can squeeze them with your hands. Amazing. Gina's pulling these huge stone wheels. The olives are being crushed. This mashing here is what we want. That's where the oil comes from. We take that mash and move it over to a little stone press, a manual press, and press that, and the oil comes out of that mash. Gina's no ordinary horse. She likes to eat raw olives. This is a pretty healthy Mediterranean diet for this little horse here. Now we're going to press the olives. That's what he's doing. He's emptying the pulp in there. Oh, look, it's coming. Ah, Kita. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh, this is good. This is totally unfiltered, super extra virgin fresh olive oil. Wow. This is so delicious. They say you can't live by bread alone, but you can certainly live by bread and olive oil. I can anyway.
Turns out the bread and olive oil are just an appetizer. I've been invited by my friend Martina to make a classic local dish called saitia.
We couldn't have pressed all that olive oil without using some of it. It's a little greens pie, almost like a pancake. Very casual, daily kind of snack. And Martina, who's making the dough, it's all-purpose flour. And as much water as it needs. And a fair amount of olive oil. I'm having a little hard time cutting my way through the stems of these greens with this knife because I'm used to working with sharper knives. She's telling me that I didn't do a good job cutting them. I should have been a little bit smaller. I'm going to add a little bit of feta cheese to this. I'm going to crumble the feta with my hands. You know, if you don't get your hands dirty when you cook, it's sort of like not cooking. A little olive oil, a lot of olive oil.
The dough is rolled. The greens are placed inside. We fold the dough into little rectangles. Lastly, the greens pancake is put inside the wood fire oven.
Wow. Ligo. Ah. That's the best. You add it raw, and it's healthier, and it's really flavorful. You can taste all the herbs, like the mint is really prominent, the dill, the oranitos, and the greens are sweet. It's excellent.
The process of making olive oil has evolved throughout centuries.
You had olive trees when you were growing up?
A lot of olive trees.
I'm meeting up with my friend Lou, a local son who left here as a teenager and made his life in the restaurant business in the American South. He is taking me to a beautiful olive grove overlooking the Bay of Laconia.
Olive oil was used for every part of cooking.
It's harvest time on the farm, so Lou will be showing me how olive oil is made in this century.
I grew up around the corner in a very small village.
Playing among the olive trees?
Yeah, we have lots of olive trees.
Olive oil was everywhere, right?
Everywhere, in every household, and everybody needed it, because that's how we survive.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And dessert.
Everywhere, in every part of cooking, we use olive oil. We do not have butter.
This is the Koroneki
This
variety.
is Koroneki variety, which is to produce olive oil. This is strictly not to eat. This is for oil.
Can I try one?
You can try one, but if you find it is very bitter, extremely bitter.
Ooh, it is bitter.
Yeah, I tell
It's
you,
really bitter.
it is very bitter.
But I can taste the oil.
Yeah, they're full of oil.
It's
You
amazing.
can see it. The olive oil in this particular region has most polyphenols than anywhere else in the world.
Really?
Yes.
Is it because the region is so close to the sea?
Close to the sea, and also, the weather is sunny all the time.
I want to see how these beautiful tiny olives become, emerald green olive oil, the great olive oil from Laconia.
Go to the factory
With
and see
technology.
how it is with today's technology.
Okay, let's go.
All right.
I'm making one of my all-time favorite Greek dishes. It's called hortorizo.
An ingredient as important as olive oil has a whole category of recipes all its own. They're called lavera in Greek. That means dishes based on olive oil. They tend to be plant-based, one-pot or oven-baked stews or bean dishes. The first thing I'm going to do is saute some onion. I just want it to be soft, wilted. I'm going to add a little bit of garlic to this. This is one of the great vegetable dishes of Greece. And I'm using Greek rice for this. It's just a medium grain, and it's our equivalent of those risotto rices. When it cooks up, it becomes very tender, but still holds its shape. I like to coat the rice in the olive oil. I'm about ready to add my greens. And I have a mix of things in here. I have chopped spinach and chard and sweet dandelions. You can use basically any sweet greens in this dish. What you want as an end result is not a pilaf, which many people associate with Greek food. It's not granular. It's something really soft and comforting. In fact, this dish is one of the great childhood favorites in Greece. It's something that Greek mothers feed their kids from a very young age. I have 3 cups of water in this pitcher, but I'm going to add a little bit less than that because I know that my greens have exuded probably about a cup of their own beautiful liquids. This takes about 35 to 40 minutes. You really want the rice to exude its starch. That makes the dish even creamier. This is pretty much ready. I can tell by the beautiful texture. The spinach is still really bright and vibrant. I'm just going to add my finishing touches here, my fresh parsley and my fresh cut dill. The last thing that goes in here is a little bit of lemon juice. Lemon in this particular dish makes it even healthier because it helps absorb all the iron in these amazing greens. It also adds a really perky note to the spinach and the rice. Those are really earthy flavors, and the lemon kind of picks the whole thing up. So I'm ready to serve this. I have one final touch, a little bit of shaved Greek feta. Just a touch of olive oil and a pinch of black pepper. I have to try this. Looks really, really fine. That is perfectly balanced. The spinach is really earthy. The olive oil brings everything together, and it's got this really beautiful, bold flavor. I'm gonna pour myself a glass of this Moscow Filero wine from the Mandinia region in the Peloponnesos. Goes really beautifully with my greens and rice dish. That beautiful olive oil richness and the light acidity of the wine are great together. Isihian.
Dimitris Polymenakos is a good friend of Lou and owner of the mill.
He's going to show us the entire process from soup to nuts, how to make really great olive oil.
Step 1. The olives are picked through for leaves and debris. Everything is computerized and completely traceable. The olives move to the next phase where they are rinsed in something that looks like a washing machine. Then they are placed in crushers.
This is the high-tech version of those big stone wheels.
Crushed olives are in constant motion for 50 minutes. The olives are now a mash, and this mash goes into the centrifuge.
This is the heart and soul of the whole operation here. This machine takes the olive mash and separates it into 3 components. The olive oil, water, and the last part, which is the pulp, the solid.
At the end of this process is cold-pressed extra virgin olive oil, liquid gold.
I'm making one of many great olive oil dishes of Greece. This one is called briam. It's one of the great dishes of the summertime when all of these great vegetables are in season, but you can make it any time of the year, of course, too. Potatoes, zucchini, peppers, tomatoes, onions. I like to place my vegetables in a concentric ring in my baking pan. What I love about this dish is that it's really Greek, but it's also really Mediterranean. And wherever you travel throughout the region, from Istanbul to Lisbon, basically, you find dishes that are really similar, made with more or less the same ingredients in different configurations. Think things like ratatouille or caponata the Italians make. This is the Greek version of that. You want them to be really snug in the pan, almost ready to go into the oven. I'm gonna add a few more things. Salt, a little bit of pepper, a lot of really aromatic Greek oregano, garlic. I've got about 4 cloves here, coarsely chopped. And the most important ingredient, even more important than the vegetables, is the olive oil. I'm gonna cover this, put it in the oven at 375 for about 40 minutes. Take off the cover and let it continue to bake so it gets that beautiful char on top. There's something about the smell of charred peppers and onions that's just really appetizing. I'm just gonna add a little fresh parsley and spoon some of this out on my plate. A little bit of bread, a little bit of wine. The wine that most Greeks pair with their lavera, their olive oil-based dishes, is rosé. It goes really beautifully together. It is so good. It's very mild, but the garlic and the oregano really bring this out. And of course, that olive oil. Most people think of rosés as quite sweet. but in Greece, rosés tend to be quite dry, and Greek wines tend to be high in acidity. That goes beautifully with the lusciousness of this dish. I'm going for more.
After seeing the process of making olive oil, Dimitri has invited me into their lunchroom to taste the fresh olive oil and other local delicacies.
We've seen the whole process, right? How do you know when the olive oil is cooked? So Dimitri is saying the first thing you have to look for is color. It has to be beautiful, bright green. The aroma has to be very pronounced, very grassy, fruity, frutodes aroma. That really is picantico. You want a really peppery finish, sort of like spicy, picantico. And the peppery aftertaste should leave after about 7 to 10 seconds. And actually, that's happening. That's exactly what happened. Good oil also has to be bitter because it's an indication that there are a lot of polyphenols. The greener the olive, the more unripe the olive, the higher the polyphenol content. Now, let's eat. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers.
Cheers and cheers.
Yamas.
Yamas.
Yamas, yamas.
You know what? I need a little pick-me-up, something sweet, some dessert.
All right, let's go for it. I know the right place for that.
And I'm making one of the classic Greek olive oil desserts called halva. In Greece, we use olive oil for everything. We can't live without it. We use it on our skin as moisturizer. We use it in our hair. We use it in desserts. I'm just starting my syrup and a little bit of great Greek honey. This is pine honey. My water. There's a little bit less water in this particular syrup, 3 cups to be exact. My sugar and honey are dissolved. I'm gonna add a cinnamon stick. That's a really Greek thing to do. We love the flavor of cinnamon. And just a strip of orange zest. I'm gonna get my roux started. I'm using this incredible Greek olive oil. Look at the color of that. And the olive oil, it has to be hot when I add my coarse semolina flour, which gives the halva this really beautiful, almost grainy texture. And you want to stir while you do that. That's really important, so that the semolina doesn't clump up. It'll absorb the olive oil, and you can see that it already has. It will change color, it'll get a little bit darker. I'm just gonna take out the cinnamon stick and the orange zest and stir in a little Greek saffron. And I'm now ready to pour my sugar syrup into the roux. Both are very hot. You can hear that. That's a beautiful sound. Just finish this off by pouring the remainder of my syrup in here. So this is pretty much ready. And I know that because it's peeling away from the sides of the pan as I stir it. I'm going to add the rest of my ingredients, Greek raisins, these beautiful pistachios, which are toasted, a little bit of cinnamon. I like to add a little bit of grated orange zest right into the body of the halva. I'm going to spoon this into my cake mold. What I find interesting about halva is that it falls somewhere between a pudding and a cake. When it's set, you cut it the way you would cut a cake. But if you think about how it's made, it really is more like a pudding. I'm just going to cover this with a cloth and let it sit for a couple of hours. the unveiling of our olive oil dessert, halva. And I'm just going to flip it over on my serving plate. Looks perfect. Now we're going to taste it. I'm just going to slide a piece out. You know, in Greece we have a saying that has to do with anything that you use olive oil in. We say, "Fai ladi, kelo to vradi." And that means eat a little olive oil and come over tonight. Because olive oil, and especially in dishes like this, gives you energy. This is so good. It's really earthy, but it's got crunch from the nuts and a beautiful chewiness from the raisins. I want to marry this with one of my favorite wines, which is the dessert wine from Santorini, CoN Santo. You see, Gian? Thank you for sharing this array of olive oil-based dishes with me, and I really hope I've inspired you to use olive oil in all of your cooking in ways that maybe you never thought you could.
After seeing the olive oil processing plant with Lou, he's invited me to one of his favorite spots in the area, beautiful Monemvasia, for a glass of the area's famous sweet Malvasia wine and a little dessert. Monemvasia was founded on a rock in the late 6th century AD by the Spartans. The town was of major strategic importance, right in the middle of a significant maritime highway. Lou has taken me to his favorite corner at the Malvasia Hotel, which has breathtaking views overlooking the sea.
Lou, they couldn't have brought two more appropriate desserts, right? The two olive oil desserts of Greece, the orange pie and the halva.
Well, I told you I know the right place.
I trust you. This is the Malvasia, right?
Yeah,
Cheers.
Malvasia. Cheers. Yamas.
This is amazing. It's like honey, raisins.
Yeah, very good.
Thank you for an amazing day.
Yamas.
Yamas. I'm on the boardwalk in Volos, a port city in central Greece renowned for its unique meze culture.
This is white tarama salad.
That is amazing.
Today I'm delving into one of the most popular aspects of the Greek table, meze. Meze dishes are meant to be shared and sipped with alcohol, specifically with ouzo, or wine, or Greek firewater. Together with a Greek master of wine, I'll explore how to pair meze dishes with Greek wines.
Most Greek wines have high acidity because acidity is what makes the pairing tick.
I'll be making some of my favorite meze recipes. Tzatziki, the Greek yogurt dip. Classic Greek keftedes. And a spicy shrimp dish spiked with ouzo and feta cheese.
Join me on my Greek table as I explore these vibrant and varied dishes all the way from the Greek mainland to the Aegean Islands alike.
I was born in New York and visited Greece when I was 12. I fell in love with the place and my husband. I moved to Athens 25 years ago to cook and write about Greece's healthy foods and natural beauty. I'm Diane Kochilas. Yassas. All over Greece, small savory plates of food enjoyed in a convivial atmosphere make for one of the country's most essential dining experiences. Known as mezze, or mezedes in the plural, the tradition traces its roots to the ancient symposia, which means to drink together. It is an expression of something Greeks hold dear, socializing over a few plates of simple, tasty food and letting the wine or spirits flow. Mezedes are served all over Greece, from the Aegean Islands to the mainland and mountains. For the most part, it's the drink of choice that determines the selection of small plates served up on a meze table. The basic rule of thumb is whatever swims goes well with ouzo and tsipuro, and whatever grazes on land is better with wine. Almost anything can be served as a meze, from a simple plate of olives to savory dips, octopus, meatballs, and more. A meze table is always an assortment of flavors, textures, temperature, and spice levels. The whole point is to excite the palate in small bites that burst with flavor. While the meze tradition is part of the Greek table everywhere, one place in particular stands out: Volos. A port city in central Greece where enjoying mezedes is almost a ritual. Today I'm with Alexandros Alexandrou, one of the most renowned meze meisters in Volos.
Τα κάνατε βόλτα παντού δηλαδή.
Ναι, το πρωί τα περνάω όλα εδώ πέρα.
A fixture in the city since he first opened Kavouras, his meze restaurant, 37 years ago.
Θα πάρεις γαβράκι.
Θα πάρω γάβρο, θα πάρω σαμπανιό.
Rain or shine, he comes to the market every day to look for the freshest fish and seafood he can find.
Εσύ ξέρεις βλέποντας τα ψάρια ποια είναι φρέσκα και ποια είναι χθεσινά, ας πούμε.
Δεν είναι. Όταν το ψάρι πρέπει να είναι γυαλιστερό και πρέπει να είναι ζωντανό. Ζωντανό για να είναι φρέσκο.
I'm really looking forward to the meze spread Alexandros is going to make today. He's bringing out pickled vegetables, often the first thing to start with to wake up the palate. Then anchovies with peppers, cooked in olive oil. Crispy shrimp. Deep-fried sea anemones are always a delight. And fried red mullets, a rare treat unique to Volos. Volos is known for its restaurants that serve mezedes, specifically with tsipuro, a grape distillate not unlike the Italian grappa. Each dish follows a progression by the round, starting with something sharp and vinegary and moving toward more substantial plates, all with the aim of teasing the palate and keeping the reveler from getting drunk. It's great to sample mezedes in restaurants like Kavouras, but it's also fun to make them at home.
I'm making a shrimp saganaki. It's one of my favorite meze dishes, and I never met anyone who doesn't like it. Greeks, when they cook shrimp, they often cook it with the shell on because it's a little bit more flavorful that way, but it is a little bit more difficult to eat. So I'm always in the habit of cleaning the shrimp. I do leave the heads and tails on because I think it looks really pretty that way. I'm going to marinate the shrimp a little bit in just a touch of ouzo and some lemon juice. I just want to zest my lemon. I'm going to put a little bit of lemon juice over my shrimp. Lemon juice and ouzo go really well together. The lemon is really acidic and the ouzo is sweet, even though it's really strong and it has that great anise flavor. The shrimp is just going to sit for a few minutes while I start my sauce. I'm cooking this dish in the pan that gives it its name. It's called shrimp saganaki. And this is a saganaki pan. It's a very simple frying pan with two handles. Pouring my olive oil in here. So I just want to saute my onion and green pepper here. And I use a sweet, long green pepper, kind of like an Anaheim. And I am going to add something a little spicy, which is just a dried chili pepper. I'm going to keep it whole. I don't want to make it so hot that you can't eat it. A little bit of salt. That will help draw out the moisture and cook them a little faster. Half my garlic. And I just want to cook this down until the water in the tomatoes cooks off. That's going to take a few minutes. Add a little bit of olive oil. And I want to sear the shrimp. I can really smell that anise from the ouzo in here. I am going to add a little garlic to my shrimp. And I'm going to add my marinade. You want to do this a little carefully because the alcohol might ignite. A little bit of salt. My sauce is just about where I want it, so I'm going to add my shrimp to it. We want all the flavor of these juices in the pan. This looks really pretty. Just a little bit of black pepper. I am going to add my dried Greek oregano. This whole thing takes about 7 or 8 minutes to cook from start to finish, not including the time that the sauce takes to cook down a little bit. Turn off my flame. I'm going to add my feta so that it just starts to melt as the dish is served. And the last bit of color and flavor that goes into this dish is just some chopped parsley. I can't wait to taste this. I want to get a little bit of that sauce on the same forkful as the shrimp. I love the fact that the onions still have a little crunch to them, so do the peppers. And the shrimp is perfectly cooked, and the feta cheese binds this tomato sauce so that it's really creamy. This is a great dish.
You can't have a meze table without dips. There are dozens of different Greek meze dips. They are the ultimate grazing food, pungent, robust, exploding with flavor, and literally made to be shared.
I'm making one of the most popular meze dishes, which is tzatziki. I would venture to say it's probably on every restaurant menu, in every Greek restaurant across the world. The first thing you have to do when making tzatziki is to grate the cucumber. Tzatziki is to Greek cuisine what raita is to Indian cuisine. A yogurt-based dip that's meant to be very soothing, very refreshing. Goes really well with all sorts of pungent and spicy foods. And it's equally good on its own. I'm just emptying my cucumbers into a cheesecloth that is lining a colander. I let this sit for about a half hour to drain. And then I'm going to wring it out. Cucumber has a lot of water, so you don't want all that water in the yogurt. You want the yogurt to stay thick. I like to add my own little twist to the tzatziki. I chop up a couple of cornichons. They add a little bit of crunch. I'm just going to add them to my Greek yogurt here. Looks like my cucumber is nice and wilted and ready to squeeze. You can see all the liquid that's come out of there. There's a lot of water in cucumbers. So this is exactly where I want it to be. I'm going to empty it into the yogurt and just break it apart a little bit. Just makes it easier to mix. The one thing you don't want to shy away from when you make tzatziki is chopped garlic. This is 3 cloves, a tiny bit of salt, a little bit of black pepper, chopped dill, extra virgin Greek olive oil, and that really is added to help give the tzatziki a slightly more velvety texture. And for a little bit of extra tang, red wine vinegar. And just mix it all together. This is going to go beautifully with the meze spread I'm going to put together in a little while. Just a little bit of dill. The tzatziki couldn't be easier. Next up, juicy Greek keftedes. Everyone loves a good meatball, right? I'm making keftedes. I always start with a tomato. I could have chopped it or I could have put it in a food processor, but I like to do it the old-fashioned way, which is to grate it. So the whole point is to start with a full tomato and end up with a piece of butterfly tomato skin. What you're left with is called tomato concassé, or just really finely chopped fresh tomato. This is a combination of ground beef and ground pork. The reason I add tomato is it adds moisture to the mixture, and it also gives a nice color. I'm going to start to knead this. I grated my onion in exactly the same way as my tomato. Don't be afraid to use your hands. The next ingredient is milk. I add it by sight. What you want is a meat mixture that's extremely moist, but still firm enough to hold its shape. I want to show you this before I add the breadcrumbs to it. This will hold its shape. The meatballs, I can form them. And these are just plain, fresh breadcrumbs. And mint is the telltale seasoning in a Greek meatball. This is about 2 teaspoons of salt in here for 1.5 pounds of meat. And a little bit of pepper. You can make them kind of any size you want. I like to make them about 1.25 inches in diameter. You know, this is meze, right? So the whole point is to pop them in your mouth, you know, one at a time and to enjoy them. Once I shape them, I put them in the refrigerator for about a half hour or so. I'm frying up my keftedes. And what we want on the keftedes is a really nice, deep brown color. I'm frying in Greek olive oil. I always dredge my meatballs in a little flour to get that crispy exterior. You don't want to overcrowd the frying pan because that will bring down the temperature of the oil and they won't cook so fast and they'll be greasy. So these are all pretty much ready. And these really do make the perfect bite-sized meze. I can't resist. I've got to taste these. They are so tender, crisp on the outside, and really minty. That is so good.
We've sipped a little firewater with some of Greece's most succulent seafood. But wine is just as important an accompaniment to the meze table. And Greek wines are a world-class gem just now being discovered.
Well, I've been cooking all day, obviously, right? My keftedes, my shrimp, the tzatziki. There's a reason for that, because I was expecting my good friend Konstantin Lazarakis. Thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me here.
Konstantin is kind of a rock star in the Greek world of food and wine. He is one of the 2 masters of wine in Greece, actually the first master of wine. And the whole idea is to figure out what to drink with this. There's so many different flavors and textures, heat levels, spiciness.
The old way of matching food and wine is one dish and one wine.
That's very stilted, it's very French, it's very prim and proper.
Ideally, what you would drink with these shrimps have nothing to do with what you would go for these meatballs or these spicy peppers. So the point is just enjoy the wine.
So let's taste them. I want you to give me a little lesson. I know that we have different varieties here. You're pouring a Santorini Assyrtiko, right?
Yes, possibly the most well-known Greek grape variety and appellation around the world. And there is Yamas. And there's actually quite a good reason for that. The grape variety Assyrtiko, when grown in Santorini, can be 20 years old on the upper part of the vine and then more than 4 centuries old beneath ground in the root system because of the peculiarities of the soil and having a volcano in the neighborhood. And it smells like liquid rock.
That is so good.
Greek wine has been on for at least 4 millennia, possibly 5.
And Santorini is a good example of that, right?
Possibly Santorini was one of the first places in Greece that started cultivating vines. The second white actually comes from a pink skin grape variety called Moschofilero, and this is a grape that is turned into some of the most amazing whites. Yeah, I'll have a pepper, thank you.
With the Moschofilero.
Yeah,
so
because
to prove the point that you can drink anything with anything almost,
when you're having something spicy, you need a lot of refreshment and acidity. Most Greek wines have high acidity because acidity is what makes the pairing tick, is what makes the palate feeling not saturated but refreshed. You have the spiciness of the pepper.
That's good.
And then you need something to caress the palate rather than hit it with force. With this meatball, it was about time to move to a rosé that comes from the great grape variety of Xinomavro. Xinomavro is one of these really interesting grape varieties.
So, I love this wine.
It's grapefruit wine because, again, the acidity is there. The flavors are so elegant, however enveloping. Have also a bit more of the fish. You'll see that despite being a structured red grape variety, goes great with small fish. No matter whether this is too fishy or too salty, there will be the wine really taking off the flavors.
That's a really beautiful contrapunto.
Contrapunto, that's the whole thing. So we go for a red. In here, we do have quite a beast. Xinomavro, in its red form, is full of acid, but also full of tannins.
I like tannins.
In Greece, the matrix of the taste profiles of our grapes are all over the place, and this is amazing. No matter what kind of wine you enjoy, you will find a grape variety from Greece that will be matching your taste profile.
So that's also true of food, especially the meze style, when there's a little bit of everything, whether you like hot, spicy, there's a flavor for every palate, right?
Vegan, omnivorous, you're here. You're home.
Absolutely. Yamas.
Yamas.
That means it's your health.
It stands to reason that a custom as timeless as meze can stand up to a little revolution in the kitchen. The meze culture in Volos might be steeped in tradition, but at least one place is pushing the envelope. Mezen.
There is always a question that you should be asked when you come to a Tsipuru hangout.
Which is?
With anise or without anise?
That's like to be or not to be.
Yes, something like that.
With anise is a little sweeter.
It's a bit sweeter and it reminds you of ouzo.
With anise.
With anise.
Adesikia.
Yamas.
Yamas. That's really good, actually.
Yeah.
It's quite strong, but it's also very, the flavor kind of explodes. Yeah, it's great.
This is our own distillation. We put fennel, a bit of anise, and just a handful of salt.
Of salt?
Yes, that makes it more round in your mouth.
So, Andrea, at Mezen, what's the whole ritual behind the Meze?
When you come in Tsipuru bar, you just order your Tsipuru and the meze will follow.
Oh, so no ordering?
No. There's no menus in traditional Tsipuru bars.
I like that. No decisions.
Yeah, no decisions. This is for the first round. We call it the kopanisti of Volos.
Kopanisti means beaten, right?
Yeah. This was a dish that they used to make during the 50s. Nowadays, we make it with local feta that we smoke it in our smoker, extra virgin olive oil, paprika, garlic, and a couple of secret herbs.
Is there a reason or a logic to the progression?
We want to stabilize our taste buds.
Oh, you want to stabilize your taste buds? I like that theory.
Yeah, you should have a bite and a sip. This is the way you have Tsipuru.
Bite and a sip, okay.
It's all about the balance. You have to have balance in your mouth.
That's great. It's very smoky.
The second plate that you see here is a traditional recipe of Constantinopolis. That's mackerel, that we make it in the stove. We leave it for a day in white vinegar and some herbs. And the next day we serve it as a cold salad as a starter for Tsipuru.
That is amazing. It's so turkey on my palate. It's very vinegary, but very pleasant.
This is a white tarama salad with a bit of smoked olive oil and paprika.
Wow, that's amazing.
You like it?
So it's also a balance of textures.
Yes,
and
of course.
Colors, right? There's so many different colors right here.
And flavors. You don't go to a Tsipuru bar to eat, you know. You go to drink, to meditate, with a sip and a bite, and you just eat a bit, not to get drunk. That's the philosophy of Tsipuru.
That's the philosophy of drinking anything in Greece, actually. You always eat.
So now that your palate is stabilized,
It's stabilized.
Yeah,
My
it's
palate is
stabilized.
tantalized.
this is semi-salted mackerel.
Yeah?
We put it for 1.5 hours in salt and sugar, pepper and herbs. And then we wash it away and we put it on the stove.
Let's see. That is definitely milder and very delicious. The smokiness, it is less salty than the first round of dips, but because of the vegetables, it's also very fresh.
Yes.
It's really nice. What is that?
These are sardine bones.
Sardine bones?
Yeah. These are actually fried and salted sardine bones.
Oh my gosh, that is amazing. This is not a traditional meze.
No, that's a meze.
This is great. Oh, what is that?
That's also a special dish of meze.
Of meze.
It's called gyros.
Okay,
It's
I know
like
everybody
the-
knows a gyro. This doesn't look like your typical gyro.
No, it's made out of cod.
Out of cod. Wow, that's great.
We try to make some radical measures, but based on tradition, for our customers not to be afraid to eat it. We took all the elements of the classic, the gyro, the pita bread, the yogurt, the garlic, the tomato, onion, parsley. It's very easy for the customer to accept it, and then very radical for us to serve it.
Radical tastes good. The idea of taking something that's very, very traditional, that's really a part of Greek culture, you know, the whole idea of eating and sharing food around a table, talking, drinking a little bit, having the tsipuro, have all these beautiful colors and textures, that speaks to our culture to a great extent.
This culture has to do with memories of the past, the flavors of the past. We just try to serve them in a modern way, with modern techniques and a bit of radical techniques.
This is beautifully balanced. I will come back to bite and sip definitely again. Συγεία πάλι και ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Today, red wine rules as I travel to Naousa, one of 5 regions in northern Greece renowned for the production of Xinomavro wine. This dark tannic grape is one of Greece's most important varietals and one that produces some of its noblest red wines. We'll explore the Xinomavro grape from the vine to the glass and beyond.
Wow.
Roasted lamb, braised in red wine, is on the menu. So are pan-roasted potatoes moistened with Greece's famous red wine. And finally, I'll cook and pair this noble red with an easy recipe for sea bass and mushrooms.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
And I'll meet one of Greece's most storied vintners and enjoy a very special alfresco lunch at his vineyard. Join me for a celebration of Greek red wine from the vineyards to my Greek table. I was born in New York and visited Greece when I was 12. I fell in love with the place and my husband. I moved to Athens 25 years ago to cook and write about Greece's healthy foods and natural beauty. I'm Diane Kochilas. Yassas. Viticulture and wine have been part of Greek culture since the late Neolithic period, 6,000 years ago. As they colonized and traded, the ancient Greeks spread the vine throughout the Mediterranean. The Xinomavro grape is one of the oldest native Greek grapes, and the wines produced from it are sturdy and tannic when young, complex and intriguing as they age. 5 regions in northern Greece are recognized for cultivating the Xinomavro grape. In Naousa, this grape's fullest aromatic potential is realized. Naousa, where Aristotle had his renowned school, and educated his most prized pupil, Alexander the Great. Is referred to as the heroic city because of a band of local women who jumped into the Arapitsa River, preferring death over subjugation by the Ottoman Turks during the Greek War of Independence in the 19th century. That same history shaped a local dance tradition, one of the most unique in Greece, where myth, religion, and folklore combine. The masked dancers date back to ancient Dionysian celebrations of fertility and spring. In the early 18th century, as legend has it, they staged a fake wedding and dressed a man as the bride, so that townsfolk would have reason to gather and give them supplies. But it's the vine that provides the most lure. Some 20 vineyards blanket the slopes of Mount Vermion surrounding Naousa proper, and I am eager to learn more about the unique Sinomavro variety from fifth-generation winemakers Stelios and Michalis Boutaris, who now run the family vineyard.
My father is the Pope of Greek wine.
Your father's a rock star, Stelios.
The whole modern history of Greek wines is linked to their illustrious family.
Xinomavro is such a complex wine. How would you describe the flavor of the Xinomavro?
So Xinomavro has a beautiful light color.
Okay.
It's not a very dark grape.
Okay.
What is amazing, and that's why we call it the intriguing Xinomavro, it has a beautiful nose, very unique nose with lots of character. When it ages, you get this dry fig that is a beautiful flavor.
The wines are very unique in Greece.
You think of Greece as a hot climate wine, although most wine in Greece grows in high altitudes. So Greece actually produces cold climate wine.
That's actually very interesting.
When you think of Greece as hot beach, blue sea, and you can't really imagine the northern exposures where most of the vineyards are grown, the microclimates that the growers have chosen over the last 3,000 years.
This whole area down here, it's called Midas Gardens, because whatever you plant, anything, it will grow and produce the top-notch quality produce.
The Midas touch.
The Midas touch. Xinomavro, as you see, I mean, this is the time of the season that, we get a lot of sun, you get a lot of rain, so it just grows and grows and grows. You really have to keep it down. It really has to struggle the history to go down deep to the roots, to get the food it needs and produce small bunches with lots of dense fruit into them.
How old are these vines here?
Our father planted his vineyard between 68 and 72 with cuttings that he brought from Amindion, another region behind the mountain.
Further north,
a little further north.
You remember your dad when he was planting these?
Actually, my first childhood memory is the smell of wine in the winery. All the fumes of the fermentation.
It is an amazing smell.
Yeah.
It is.
Our house was on top of the winery. I remember the first time I got drunk with must, grape must.
That's happened to me too. It's very unexpected. That's very Greek. In all sorts of farms.
am starved and I can't wait to taste it. So are we gonna dip the papas in the avocado sauce?
Yeah, and you know, this avocado sauce is easy. It's 2 avocados, half a cup of olive oil, 4 garlic cloves, a quarter of a cup of lime juice, a teaspoon of cumin, and a little bit of cilantro. That's it, blended. And maybe some salt.
you